Money bag. This the nigga they talking about.
What they call him, Lil Bag?
Lil Speaker. I can't hear him.
He need to do is take care of them kids.
That's why me fuck, you hear me? I don't got time for no broke niggas.
Damn, Ben Mark shot this too.
What? I thought a bro nigga said something. Talking shit, but they still ain't saying it. We gon' trap this bitch out till the feds come. Run it up. What she say? I thought a pussy hoe said something. I go when I'm talking, you listen. Cut her off cause she spoke on the business. Go. Hundreds and fifties. Can't swap it down for a penny. You know that's a stupid decision. Head first with it. I shot a shot at my nigga, bitch. Really didn't think before I did it. Make it make sense. Please. Luckily, I was on point with the last hoe. Kept my receipts. Warranted good. Make sure I got her for a refund when I gave her back to the streets. Go. Forever I rip, put the set on the chain. I'm thugging, you already know how I came. Yeah, he got money, but niggas be lame. I Lambo the light, told her get out the rain. Her manny and pitty, same color my teeth. She got a blue chick and a chick without me. Nice. Hood nigga riding in the phone on E. Still. Sick of these niggas COVID-19. Karate to walk it, trying to keep the cup. Shake came up like Giannis, I get bigger bucks. Maybe. Got 4 different choppers right there in this truck. No. I'm just being honest, I can get you touched. Put you in the blender, I can get you slush. I see the comments, but really unbothered. I know it's hurting, she salty, I scarred her. Beware what you lay up and say to these bitches, they can't hold water. I thought a bro nigga said something. Talking shit, but they still ain't saying it. We gon' trap this bitch out till the feds come. Run it up. What she say? I thought a pussy hoe said something. I go when I'm talking, you listen. Cut her off cause she spoke on the business. Go.
Man, this nigga bag, man. He's so whack. I'll be real if you don't represent the M-Town, bro. Matter of fact, don't even bump this nigga while I'm in the shop.
I thought a nigga who watch what I do, but he can't get his bitch back said something. Is it true that he posting another nigga money? Probably. I'm put that past him. Maybe so. I thought a hoe that be speaking on me, but be fucking a broke nigga said something. Listen. Hold up, little bitch, get a nigga that's lit. I'm the whole loaf. He the breadcrumb. Go. Rappers with these mixed feelings. What? I ain't fucking with them. Nope. Like a Richard Mille. Let me know what time it is. Bag what a run set. Know you got it on. You supposed to be smell proof. Busting out the vacuum seal. These niggas little boy childish. Fisher Price. Confident I'm not cocky, so get it right. She bending over, but I want some head first. I don't even wanna know what the pussy like. Tripping too close to falling, so I'm ballin'. It's crazy, my up got shot, but I ain't call it. Psych, slow up. I come around, niggas go put they hoe up. These bitches stay on my channel, yeah. Musta seen me on TV, yeah. It took me 6 hours to count a meal exactly. I'm accurate with that cheese, yeah. Big bag, What? I thought a bro nigga said something. Talking shit, but they still ain't saying nothing. We gon' trap this bitch out till the feds come. Run it up. What she say? I thought a pussy hoe said something. I go when I'm talking, you listen. Cut her off cause she spoke on the business. Go.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16,
We back.
17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24,
Amityville.
25, 26, 27,
Want it with us.
28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46,
I don't give a fuck where you lay at, nigga. It's time to
47,
slay these bitch made niggas.
48,
They ain't even know what type of niggas we is. Where my guns at?
52,
Bone thugs, you know what I mean?
53,
I know you niggas been waiting for this for a long time. Well, here it is, nigga. Here it is. What you gonna do?
Well, I must be close to the Armageddon, Lord. You know that I won't fly by that lesson. You taught me to put on my west and you brought me. And I'm stressing and softly. Get them up off me, cause always when it was home and it been bombing, make your bed on my ghetto. I won't settle, get on my level. They can't stop me and pop me, nigga. They got me fucked up. Little pockets schizophrenic, let's manage the damage. Look about to make you I really wanna get the corner and I want it enough to jump. I gotta send a beacon. I should have walked down. So quick the chest full of yesterday. War of blow when they get the door for the murder. I'm a horror. What I did it's all balls for the cause and I been pulling out a pistol little nigga with my fucking niggas is on. All your club is getting the bitch to the test me. Bless the floor and the nigga attempt to arrest me. Stress me. No looking to death for the last of my breath. Fall up on my kids but no sin in my step. Yes, I'm coming to scare the best of my secrets. Even the leaves of my lungs. Nigga believe it. I can see it if needed. And if you really want me, it wouldn't let it be. Get the piece if we running the book.
What's poppin', nigga? Yeah. Put your motherfucking hands on your strap, nigga. Yeah, we can do this like gangsters and slug it out. We can do this like punks and punk it out. Pull your strap on me, nigga. You better kill me. Thug life, baby. I probably be punished for hard living. Lines to the back, gloves is convicts in God's prison. Hands on the strap, praying so Father, please forgive me. Police be rushing when they see me. I flaunt it. Americans most wanted. Live on TV like pleasure and pain. Stuck in this game, holler my name. All go die. We bleed through similar veins. Please explain to me now. Don't panic when my guns versus. Heard the last jam, nigga. This one's worse. My nigga Bone held the chrome till I came home. Thug love player. Tell these bitch niggas bring it on. I caught a plane out to Cleveland late last evening to help my niggas clean up some niggas no longer breathing there. Who do you believe in? Hit the weed and breathe. It's a cold ass world, niggas. Kill you in your sleep. Watch this until they stop me, murder me or drop me. I got thug love for my nation while I got you, feel me?
From the land, nigga never ran. Motherfuckers out to give me, they don't understand. It's the number one nigga right with a nation of niggas down to put in some work, into some dirt, fucking around with the band bone. Thugs in harmony, follow down the road, we stroll to meet karma. Everything I do will seem to cause drama. Ready for the war like a knight in my armor, bomb ya. So quick to test us, nigga wanna press me, eat dust. For the love of the lust, niggas bustin' on us. Hit 'em up with the bus, 12 gauge rush. On the war, put the niggas on the floor when I'm coming through the door, bringing nothing but a terror, causing much pain to the nigga that dead. Try to put a twist in his stuff to error. Head up with a nigga like Pac and a nigga like me gotta stay high. Thug love to the die, keep a prayer to the sky, but I'm still in the hood smoking fry. So I beg the Lord to save us all, escape us of misery. Bless my niggas in penitentiary, soldiers of the
Yeah, nigga, get down with the dirty, get the fuck around. Fuck a couple of rounds, get the shots and do they get the ground. And then we pull up in the crossfire. Nigga, artillery thick, and you don't want to get the fucking with this. I'm straight devil, not the fucking with this. I reload, fucking low roll. Couldn't sleep, but I fuck on even low. And I know a motherfucker with a leather face. Hey, man, she said I ran this way, said I ran that way. The hoes I never know because I got away. A criminal mind to keep a nigga on the level sometimes. So get high and analyze your crime correctly organized. And with the results, you'll be surprised.
Nigga, can you feel the vibe? We can rap, play, hey niggas, you got to die. It's only right. Summer with bone, better leave it alone. More thugs, them crack, they fucking down. Still in the hood with a thug's blade. Fucking with nothing but thugs, man. Ain't taking no shots and no losses, we cracking them down around my way. Give it to him on another level, nigga, get a show it. You can dig a whole bitches is dead. If a rage take your head, you can beg, you can flay, but still gon' bleed bloody red. Fuck a mind that we seen in the moonlight. 'Cause we are right. For you, for you. better run for cover, nigga dub. We bout to bust Drake at the infrared, put it on his forehead, make some moves. Since Drake to his home.
Hey, K-Dot. Yeah. Can we get it how we used to get it, like when Top had the red Charger? Can we get it how we used to get it, like when Top had the red Charger? Can we get it how we used to get it?
Cap on, and I got racks on. Spent 4 nights in the country I like, then take my rich ass back home. Glow so bright I can make moonlight see. This ain't like your pheromones. New one, big gun, baritone. Who won? We won, your home. We old school like Chopper though. My old school made Dr. No. My old school made hard not. Black on black, my coupe and strap. Ain't balling on the hard top. I told y'all to call top. Now my number call block. I don't miss, I call shot. Hold up, yeah, cap on. And I got racks on. And I produce that diesel. I can put Shaq on. Nigga, your bitch gon' leave you. You ain't got backbone. I don't rely on people, I just go and bread chase. Whoa, this so fucking dope, I might catch a fed case. Whoa, you ain't getting money, nigga, then you dead weight. Whoa, got the drop on them, there you go, checkmate. Whoa, we go drop on them, y'all better play it safe. Whoa,
Cap on, and I got racks on. Don't be bitter, yo, dope, they reconsider that shit be stepped on. Eastside Johnny way out that project, but then I get my rep on. Fuck yo, feeling no question, bitch, I kill it, I bring that check home. We old school like Domino. My old school make lawyers know. My old school.
Oh yeah, I'm finna make a banger with this. Huh? What? Now here it go, I just made it home. Missed calls on my phone, see I been gone. Was trying to hit a lick, but that shit just went wrong. I gotta stop, she right off the block. Her crib be the spot and we got Glocks. Tucked all in her shit, don't come in unless you knock. But this bitch Grammy, told her about this nigga. Help me set him up and she was with it. She just want some shoes and she ain't get no fuck. So we do that, I was at his neck. Creeping from the back, but saw the ops and had to let him have it. How fucked up is that, but what that bitch? She ain't called me yet. We did that at 6 and who got hit? I know someone check cause Keybon, he don't miss. Now 2 weeks past, I'm back on my grind. I can't waste no time, now I spit quiet. They be whooping though, but them niggas not sliding. I been high, I can't even lie that I been on my mind. Why she ain't called? I ain't seen her ass, I hope that she alright. Now it's midnight, I'm hitting some blocks. Just me and my Glock came to a stop. I'm at a red light, I usually don't stop. My phone keep ringing, just a hoe of course. This bitch probably bored, I press ignore. I ain't got no time, a whore gon' be a whore. Now I get that feeling, something ain't right. I look to my right and I'm like, damn, there go that flexing nigga. He waving his pipe, he get the dump. Bullets get the coming, my heart get the dumping. I feel something, my left shoulder hot. Blood just get the gushing. I'm like, shit, ain't this about a bitch? And he with that bitch, I got a glimpse. She got them big lips that's made for sucking dick. Now it makes sense. That hoe set me up, that little dirty slut, the double cross. Trying to get me cold like I'm Randy Moss. Aw, shit, I just dropped my gun. Plus I got one arm, I'm trying to drive. I can't shoot back now. This man on my ass, I almost crashed. But I got the wheelie trying to kill for real, but that go 12. He bust a quick right and I just bust a left. Oh, shit. Fuck, gang, you good? Damn, my shoulder, you know this bitch be fucking with me, gang. Damn, man, finish telling me about that shit that was cracking off last week with them niggas and shit. Oh yeah, look. Now this one.
Look, I was going to go easy on you, not to hurt your feelings, but I'm only going to get this one chance. It's wrong, I can feel it. It's just a feeling I've got. Like something's about to happen, but I don't know what. If that means what I think it means, we're in trouble. Big trouble. And if he is bananas, as you say, I'm not taking any chances. You just want to die.
I'm beginning to feel like a rap god. All my people from the front to the back nod. Now who thinks their arms are long enough to slap box? They said I rap like a robot, so call me rap. But for me to rap like a computer must be in my jeans. I got a laptop in my back pocket. My pinnacle walk when I hat cock it. Got a fat nap from that rat profit. Made a living and a killing off it. Ever since Bill Clinton was still in office. With Monica Lewinsky filling on his nutsack. I'm an MC, still as honest, but as rude and as indecent as all hell. Syllables, killaholic. This libbity, gibbity, hibbity, hip hop. You don't really wanna get into a piss and match with this rappity rat pack and a Mac in the back of the yak backpack, rap, yap, kitty yak nap. The exact same time I attempt these lyrical acrobat stunts while I'm practicing that, I'll still be able to break a motherfucking table over the back of a couple of faggots and crack it in half. Only realized it was ironic. I was under aftermath after the fact. How could I not blow? All I do is drop F-bombs. Feel my wrath of attack. Rappers are having a rough time period. Here's a maxi pad. It's actually disastrously bad. For the whack while I'm masterfully constructing this masterpiece. I'm beginning to feel like a rap god. All my people from the front to the back nod. Now who thinks their arms are long enough to slap box? box, slap box. Let me show you maintaining this shit ain't that hard, that hard. Everybody want the key and the secret to rap immortality like I have got. Will there be truth for the blueprints? Simply rage and youthful exuberance. Everybody loves the root for a nuisance. Hit the earth like an asteroid, did nothing but shoot for the moon since. Pew! MCs get taken to school with this music, cause I use it as a vehicle to bust the rhyme. Now I lead a new school full of students. Me, I'm a product of Rakim, Lakim, Shabazz, Tupac, W-A-Q, hey, Doc, Rin, Yella, Easy, thank you, they got slim. Inspired enough to one day grow up, blow up, and be in a position to meet Run DMC and induct them into the motherfucking Rockin' Roll Hall of Fame. Even though I walk in the church in person, a ball of flames. Only Hall of Fame I'll be inducted in is the Alcohol of Fame on the wall of shame. You fags think it's all a game, till I walk a flock of flames. Off a planking, tell me what in the fuck are you thinking? Little gay looking boy, so gay I can barely say it with a straight face looking boy. You witnessing a massacre like you're watching a church gathering take place looking boy. Boy, they that boy's gay, that's all they say looking boy. You get a thumbs up, pat on the back, and a way to go from your label every day looking boy. Hey looking boy, what you say looking boy? I get a hell yeah from Trey looking boy. I'ma work for everything I have, never ask nobody for shit, get out my face looking boy. Basically boy, you're never gonna be capable of keeping up with the same pace looking boy, cause I'm beginning to feel like a rap god, rap god. All my people from the front to the back nod, back nod. The way I'm racing around the track, call me NASCAR, NASCAR. Dale Earnhardt of the trailer park, the white trash guard. Kneel before General Zod, this planet's Krypton. No Asgard, Asgard. So you be Thor, I'll be Odin. You rodent, I'm omnipotent. Let off, then I'm reloading. Immediately with these bombs I'm toting. And I should not be woken. I'm the walking dead, but I'm just a talking head, a zombie floating. But I got your mom deep throating. I'm out my ramen noodle. We have nothing in common, poodle. I'm a Doberman. Pinch yourself in the arm and pay homage, pupil. It's me. My honesty's brutal, but it's honestly futile if I don't utilize what I do, though, for good at least once in a while. So I wanna make sure somewhere in the chicken scratch I scribble and doodle enough rhymes to maybe try to help get some people through tough times. But I gotta keep a few punchlines just in case, cause even you unsigned rappers are hungry, looking at me like it's lunchtime. I know there was a time where once I was king of the underground, but I still rap like I'm on my Pharaoh Munch grind. So I crunch rhymes, but sometimes when you combine up here with the skin color of mine, you get too big and here it comes trying to censor you like that one line I said. Oh no, back from the Mathers LP1 when I tried to sell, take 7 kids from Columbine, put them all in a line at an AK-47, a revolver and a 9. See if I get away with it now that I ain't as big as I was, but I'm morphing into an immortal coming through the portal. You're stuck in a time warp from 2004 though, and I don't know what the fuck that you rhyme for. You're pointless as Rapunzel with fucking cornrows. You like normal, fuck being normal. And I just bought a new ray gun from the future just to come and shoot you like when Fabulous made Ray J mad. His Fab said he looked like a faggot, and they with his pads singing to a man while he played piano. Man, oh man, that was a 24/7 special on the cable channel. So Ray J went straight to the radio station the very next day. Hey Fab, I'ma kill you. Lyrics coming at you with supersonic speed. Summer, lama, doom, lama, you assuming I'm a human. What I gotta do to get it through to you? I'm superhuman, innovative, and I made a rubber so that anything you say is shaking off of me and it'll glue to you and devastating more than ever, demonstrating how to give a motherfucking audience a feeling like it's levitating, never fading. And I know the haters are forever waiting for the day that they can say I fell off to be celebrating, cause I know the way to get it motivated. I make elevating music, you make elevator music. Oh, he's too mainstream. Well, that's what they do when they get jealous, they confuse it. It's not hip-hop, it's pop, cause I found a hella way to fuse it. With rock, shock rap, with dot. Don't lose yourself, I make them lose it. I don't know how to make songs like that. I don't know what words to use. Let me know when it occurs to you while I'm ripping any one of these verses. The verses you, it's curtains, I'm inadvertently hurting you. How many verses I gotta murder to prove that if you were half as nice as songs you can sacrifice virgins to? School flunky, pill junkie, but look at the accolades, these skills brung me. Full of myself, but still hungry. I bully myself cause I make me do what I put my mind to when I'm a million leagues above you. Ill when I speak in tongues, but it's still tongue in cheek. Fuck you, I'm drunk, so Satan take the fucking wheel. I'm on sleep in the front, so bumping heavy D in the voice. Still chunky but funky, but in my head there's something I can feel tugging and struggling. Angels fight with devils and here's what they want from me. They're asking me to eliminate some of the women hate, but if you take into consideration the bitter hatred I have, then you may be a little patient and more sympathetic.
Like that, okay, yeah. Say bro, where you get them from? Detroit, that machine gun, spray boy, and it's gon' hit some. New coupe, been whipping them. New boo, where you get them done? Payroll, might put you on the table and spread you out like some yayo. I'm not no bitch, you don't know shit. You just want on my money. I was hopeless, now focus. Where the fuck is the party? And now hold this, oh shit, that's it, so sick, no shit. Damn, I'm getting too fucking old for this.
Yeah, but still is explosive with just load the clip. 2 pistols on hip, both are gripped. I hold them at shoulder width. Took a stab in the dark and broke the tip of my knife off off, but your throat is slit. Cause I'm cutthroat to the utmost with it, the ultimate. I just let the poker chips fall what they were supposed to fit. Now those days are over. Scraping changing sofas, trying to save it Kroger. So why would I give a fuck about that? Having Trader Joe for how about that? I'm paid as Oprah. Think I may have broke the scale cause the wait is over. But wait, hold up, cause they say I almost
lost it. I had to reach back and lock it. Yeah, you almost got me. I had to reach back and lock it. Yeah, you almost, but I got it. You almost.
I just remembered my dream. I dreamt that I was in Raid and you guys had these goggles that let you breathe underwater, and nobody wanted them, and I rolled on them, or I spent some points or something. Because I would put those on right now if it wasn't a dream. Just like QAnon. If it wasn't real, I would have friends still, you know? Or like if cannibalism didn't run Earth through religion, you know, that'd be different too. If I never broke up with old girlfriend, I'd have a dream that I became like Fire Majory Guru. They'd be like, whoa, that was weird. I played World of Warcraft forever. Now I'm the guy who has to tell everyone that there's cannibalism. It's called the Messiah. It has nothing to do with God and nothing to do with religion. And it makes religious people furious when you say that, but it's true. You're just exposing a story as a journalist. And everybody goes to jail.
It's fat.
Or worse. You know what I mean? They'll chop people's heads off in England for this. I'm sure that's in the law somewhere. They already poisoned Prince Andrew. Chop your head off, but they poison your head nowadays with medicine from a hospital, you know what I mean? The shadow priests. That's why you have a shadow priest, you know. Happens. Well, I mean, not really, but something along these lines always happens when you're a fire mage. Even though this is the worst case of fire mage we've seen in a long time, it may be the worst case of fire mage that we've ever seen on this stream or channel or recording. But, you know, the world is at war really badly out there in year 2026. So if we see the worst case of fire mage ever, then, you know, fire mage derangement syndrome. If we see the worst case, you know, it sort of makes sense. Heal yourselves. I'm fine. Don't heal me. When I sit down and drink, don't even heal me. Dramatically is dramatically understatement or an overstatement. I understand you feel that way.
It's fat.
Insight, foresight, more sight. The clock on the wall reads midnight.
We usually save evocation for emergencies, but this is when you would. Just to intimidate everyone else, even though I usually save it even then. Depends on how many people I actually care about in this battleground at all. looked like there was someone behind there. Don't care, right? Be wise, like Fire Major Guru. I'll be back. Don't worry. Like, they capped it. Head down the bridge, you newbies. Oh, like, look at Anaxagoras abandon everyone. I'm the only one in the right proper spot in Cthulhu.
It's fat.
Yeah.
Insight, foresight, more sight. The clock on the wall reads
about
a
right.
quarter past midnight.
That skeleton was so thin, I assumed she was a caster. Then this is the bandages. What is that, 39? Put these bandages on, right? I guess we might as well put these over here. Oh, not him. Me. It begins. The bandaging begins. We're just going to apply all of the Fire Major Guru effort where it should belong, where it belongs, I guess. You know what? I was thinking about this the other day. It turns out really nice people aren't like actually that nice in real life. That's how it's going down. You know what I mean? It just turns out that like really truly nice people don't sound nice in raid chat. That's the vibe I was, and men don't vibe, but that's sort of the vibe I was getting, you know. And I've never really had guildies like that. At least they don't talk to me. So, it was a weird match. Every single guildie that I've ever had is my friend, and those people are not my friends at all. Not even a little bit. And good for them, too. You know what I mean? Good to know yous guys, right? Good to know yous guys. So we say up here in New England. red flags were all there the very first raid, which is really funny that I kept with it at all. I'll never need to explain to newbies why improved amp and improved damp is a thing. I'll never really need to explain it to people, you know?
It's fat.
Insight, foresight, more sight. The clock on the wall reads a quarter past.
I mean newbies. I accidentally said people. I mean newbies. It's probably best that really polite sounding people and really nice sounding people who are nice and who are polite. It turns out like as an actual human being they're actually not. And that's what has happened. That's what has happened. You know, how a guild treats their fire mage is a totally different subject. But I just wanted to point out that sometimes when people sound really nice, they're nice to you. And good, and that was nice of you. But like as a person, and I mean as a guildie, when I mean as a person, I kind of mean as a guildie. It actually turns out they're not actually as nice. Maybe as a person. I mean as a person, but this is gonna rub off into being a guildie. Anyway, I taught, as Fire Magery Guru, I taught them everything they need to know, and that's my job. But now the story is about how those people are, instead of how my friends are. Right. I think some of them killed people in Afghanistan. I think some of our guildies murdered people in Afghanistan, and that's what happened. If people need the what is going on, no one is telling me what's happening. I think in real life, some of our players in our guild actually killed people, murdered people in Afghanistan, Iraq, Arabian Peninsula, whatever you got. And that's what happened. So if like a guildie who's my friend is like, what happened to Anaxagoras? What is going on? The fear caught up with someone who actually killed someone in the Middle East, and that's what happened in the guild. And that's QAnon himself's original take on sort of what happened to QAnon here in game. And you can't ask someone to take back murdering people in the Middle East. So, you know, I'm gonna ride off into the sunset at the. Nobody told me what happened. What I'm trying to say is nobody told me what happened. I had to understand it. What I'm trying to say is that nobody told me what happened with me in the guild, and I am telling you that someone in our guild actually in real life murdered people in Iraq, Afghanistan, Middle East, and that is what happened to me in the guild, and no one told me what happened. I just had to figure that out. And I kind of understood that like there was some sort of Nazism going on in the guild. As soon as I joined, I was like, these are cops, like police officers. They're talking about their like battleship, what it's like to be on a destroyer. And I was like, okay, you know, I do need loot, but I don't know. It sounds like someone who's murdering people in real life, and that's why I can't be in the guild. That's where all my DKP points went. Is into the souls of those in the Middle East or something. I don't even believe in souls. The craziest thing is I'm a convinced atheist. I don't believe in God. I don't believe in souls. I don't believe in ghosts. I don't believe in anything. But somebody does in the guild.
Insight, foresight, more sight. The clock on the wall reads midnight.
Do you know how many people who have terrible PTSD and veterans of wars I've met in this game who love me? I mean, truly love me. Hey, what's up, guys? Hey, wow. What a wild... Whoa, hey, get lost, guys. Yeah, hey, oh, hey, get lost. Oh, well, I'm going the wrong... If I want to get lost, I'm going the wrong way. Well, yeah. And Naxagoras is just high again. It's okay. He doesn't know where he's... He doesn't know where he's going again. Whoops. I'm a psychologist. It hangs on the wall there, so it'll happen. People will storm out of your office, and you know, there's a fucking circle of tigers right here.
It's fat.
Insight, foresight, more sight. The clock on the wall reads a midnight.
We're doing Nuremberg 2.0, by the way. I was playing this game with people in the original War on Terror. They would be fighting on the battlefield and come hang out with me in World of Warcraft. Both sides. So don't talk shit to me. This was the coolest thing in the world when that war was going on. And I was too. I was the symbol of that. I'm a fire majory guru. You listen to me. And you do not listen to me at your own peril. I have never been in a guild like that, by the way. I've never been in a guild like that. And it's really pathetic. I mean World of Warcraft. It's not the guild's fault. It's not their fault. I mean, this is World of Warcraft's fault. It's okay because this is Blizzard's fault. We're gonna have them pay. Nobody's ever done that. So I just wanted to let it alarm everyone. People who treated me like that is TikTok. The people who work at TikTok and Instagram and shit. The people who work at Meta are the only people who treat me like that. So, you know, I don't know, man. It's a sign of the times if that was a normal guild. Don't worry, we'll still be here. We'll still be chilling. We'll still be out here clapping it up. You know what I mean? Out here scrapping. Good direction for the show, so we're just gonna go in this direction out here. You know what I mean?
It's fat.
Yeah. It's a good direction. You'll see. When I go this way, you're going to see it's a good direction for everybody. But it's a relief not to have people like that around me or near me. And they're saying the same thing. So good for everybody. You know, good to know yous guys. And here's the thing, I've taught them everything they need to know about AQ. They don't need me anymore. It's a beautiful thing. It reminds me of the people at college who used to never talk to me when I was the star in World of Warcraft. When my channel was huge, I was their biggest YouTuber. You know, I was Fire Majory Guru then. You're a guru, Harry Potter. You're a guru, you know. Not a fake guru trying to have sex with everybody's wife like Joe Rogan says. No, a real guru that everybody hates, and you go live on a mountaintop and no one understands except the hero. The hero will come back and go, "We need you, Fire Majory Guru." And I go, you know, I don't even like the word guru. It was just a YouTube box that I clicked when I made my account. That's how old school I am. Not newbie, you know. And that's why the gurus hate me the most. They fucking hate me more than anyone on earth. All the other fake gurus. I don't even care about the word. Good for everyone, though. Everyone did the right thing and they did their job. When they murdered people in real life. Good for you guys. You know what I mean? Kidding. I hope nobody murdered someone, but that's my take on why I had to leave, is there was a murderer in our raid. I hope not. If they did murder people in the guild, I bet they wish they didn't murder people more than me. I'm like, hey, I wish people in the guild didn't murder people in real life in Afghanistan and Iraq. And there are people in the guild, if that's true, they really wish way more than I do that they didn't murder people. But that's why I had to leave. It happens all the time. Do you know how many fucked up PTSD soldiers come through the fucking field marshal's office. The field marshal's office is a goddamn freak show of fucking people with problems, murderers with fucking problems, dude. But I could tell the first day that something was wrong with the people in this guild. I was like, what the hell is this? And I think they might be Nazis. I'm pretty sure they all might be Nazis. And it's like, I you know, we helped each other. They're not going to let me do Cthulhu the way that I want to anyway, so they're incapable of that. Remember the PTSD thing? So I would just assume we'll just cut it here too. I agree. They won't let me cast improved dampen magic or improved amplify. And yeah, that's really the thing. If you ever want me back, I need total control. And I already had total control at the time. I was just humoring you to see how long you would take until you asked. I remember when I said you were gonna beg me for improved amp and improved damp. You failed, but at least I taught you everything you need to know for AQ, whether you can hear it or not. People hear us. Incels. I'm the king of the incels. The king of the incels. People hear us. If you don't know what I'm talking about. Because that's not what I was even talking about. I wasn't even talking about the people watching. White people, it's in the grocery store. White people are watching you. It's a famous trope when two black people are fighting, when two black kids are fighting in the grocery store. It's like saying, hey, Jessica. Hey, Jessica. You go, white people are looking at you. And miraculously, the two kids will stop fighting. Because it's like, hey, shh. White people are looking at you. World War. Remember when I said the World War is going to be people trying to kill each other on the same side? It'll be people that you know just trying to start killing each other. That's what it is. There's this World War. There's this way that the police and the military, they live a certain lifestyle and they get this momentum and from a place of good, and it turns into Nazism. And so this is going to be Nazi on Nazi crime in the next part of the World War. The Jews will turn Nazi and they'll go, what the heck, Nazi? We're Nazi too? It's like, this is where it heads, dude. Everybody, this is where everybody goes when the world is at war. The true version of events, not the fake news, you know. If you don't know what I mean, just look at like the Nazi flag in the American thing and look at the Nazi flag in England and you go, how'd the Nazi party march? You know, how are they invited to speak, you know? You go, oh, it's money. It's money, all right. This happened the last time somebody paid for that. Everyone says they're bored. The world at war is anything but boring. I'm just a messenger, right? That's what Cypher says. Cypher from the Matrix, he goes, don't blame me, I'm just a messenger. Yeah, and the guild leader was like, I'm gonna prove it. If Anaxagoras is Jesus Christ, if he's the Messiah who's gonna tell everyone that cannibalism rules Earth, then there's no way that he can live through this, right? And he booted me from the guild. Grab a snack. I'm gonna go do a snack check. the perfect quote. When I joined that guild, I was like, one of you will betray me. is old news. was. That dude was always gonna betray me. Like, I could tell from the second I got there. Remember the first stream I did with them? I predicted it all. I don't want to do Cthulhu with them, and they don't want to do Cthulhu with me anyway, so it's probably best. But as Fire Magery Guru, I did teach everyone everything that they need to know. And they don't need me anymore, you know, so that's how it went down. No matter what anyone says about what happened, the way this is going to go down in the history books, again, is as soon as the guild doesn't need me anymore, they just got rid of, as soon as I taught them everything they could learn about how to do it right, they took all of the credit and blamed everything on me and got rid of me, kind of, more or less. And the amount of times this has happened so many times. And that's what QAnon is. That's what it means to be QAnon, the true author of QAnon in real life. You know, this is crazy world we live where, you know, we do this. We do this kind of thing. We do this a lot. This is the only thing I do. I've never had sex. This is like, I've never had a real girlfriend. So like, what we do is we run around and do QAnon just constantly. You know, until the guild leader removes us. And this is like old news. Like old news. So where we go from here is we just ride off into the sunset again. And what it'll mean is that everybody who is exposed to me like radiation will now be part of QAnon in this way that they, even whether they want to be or not, it's happened. And, you know, believe it. You can believe it or believe it or not. You know? That's what QAnon is. It'll just perpetuate. It'll spiral out and keep going, as they say in Lateralus from Tool. This will just, whatever just happened, will whirlwind swarm into a mass shooting or a world war or a new YouTube video on my channel. You know, like it just, whatever it'll be part of the huge swirl of tornado that's about to happen in real life to everyone. Whether I see it or not, we'll be at the eye, we'll be at the center of the storm now. And in every brain, in every guild member, even though you think they're one, they're all part of this huge maelstrom now. And that's why the beginning of the middle of the map, World of Warcraft, that's the maelstrom. It's all over. Don't worry. Like floating in the air through a tornado, just let it take you wherever it's gonna go. Center of the tornado. If anybody needs me, I will be at the eye of the storm. Remember that battleground? Yeah, I already bought the expansion. They booted me out of the guild. Blizzard agreed with booting me out of the guild because they want me to play with the Burning Crusade. We're gonna double down on causing mass shootings. You know what I mean? Because nobody fucks with QAnon and shit. Double down and triple down on it now. When the Nazis do Nazism, the right thing to do is what I'm about to do. On the live stream every day. You know what I mean? Tune in. Tune in for the Epstein Files too, by the way. If you think that's boring, if you think my story is boring, tune in for just the Epstein Files and cannibalism. You'll hang out.
The potential of you and me. It's like a book elegantly bound, but in a language that you can't read just yet. You gotta spend some time, love. You gotta spend some time with me.
I'm just gonna order a new TV at this point.
Love.
It's a good idea.
I will possess your heart. You gotta spend some time, love. You gotta spend some time.
So glad I'm me. If I was anyone else but me, it would be like, wow, that guy should be. Nobody else has done that. Except Fire Major. Goodness, I'm me. Did I think God in there?
There are days when outside your window I see my reflection as I slowly
This always
pass.
happens.
And I
Everyone
long for
knew
this
this was
mirrored
gonna
perspective.
Soldiers
Be
get
lovers,
PTSD.
lovers at last. You gotta spend some time, love. You gotta spend some time.
People who ruin other people's lives, they have to be super nice. And it's this lie that they're telling themselves that they're not Nazis. I picked up on it day one, the way that he thought that I was a scammer, or whatever you have to tell yourself at night to convince yourself you're not a murderer. Nazi.
I will possess your heart.
Just checking. I'm not trying to hurt anybody's feelings. I'm just checking. As a psychologist, we have to. It's like when the doctor puts that light in your eye and he's like, "Could you follow this with your eyes?" I just want to make sure your eyeballs are connected to each other. Because that's my job. You know what I mean?
You gotta spend some time, love. You gotta spend some time.
I mean, I don't even know what I mean by that. It's Fire Major Guru.
Love, I will possess your heart. You gotta spend some time, love. You gotta spend some time with me. And I know that you'll find love. I will possess your heart. You gotta spend some time, love.
Good for everybody. Hey, look, if people are murderers and the only way they can exist is to live in a world of lies, good, that's good for you. You're maintaining, you're surviving. If you're not a full-blown Nazi and you do Nazism, and you have to walk around like it's not happening, and that's the only way you can do your job in real life, and that's the only way things happen, it's sort of like good for you. But I don't think that's good for me to be around people like that, even a little bit. I have to go live in the real world. I have to go live real life. You know what I mean? As the truth, with the truth, I'm gonna go be over in the corner here with the truth, and you guys just go do your own thing. Goose step, or you know what I mean? Through the streets, whatever they do with Nazis, I know that it's Nazism. I know what happened to the guild right now is, you're not going to believe this, but it was the Nazis. And it's so difficult to explain to a room full of Nazis that it's still Nazism, what's happening. In 2026, the world war has been going on 112 years. It's the most difficult thing to explain to people. But they need the credit. They need all the credit. They need all the money. They need, they need all the credit for my ideas and AQ. They need all of the whatever, loot and money. They need me out of get lost. You know what I mean? And I have been treated like that. Even when there were 1 million people in World of Warcraft, they still all treated me like this. Believe it or not, that's the funniest thing about Fire Mage Riguru, is that like this isn't even a tiny bit different, even though that was the worst guild that I've ever been in. Easily. But they were all the last people on Earth. A guild of the last people on Earth is going to treat me exactly like that. The worst I've ever seen from a guild in my entire life. I'm trying to think of all the times I've ever been in a guild. Have I ever been treated worse than that? I'm trying to think. I don't know.
It's hard to say that I'd rather stay awake when I'm asleep, 'cause everything is never as it seems.
We'll go through all the guilds I ever joined. That's a good idea.
Leave my door open just a crack.
I joined BTF in year 2000 or 2001. I think it was 2000.
Why do I tire of counting sheep when I'm far too tired to fall asleep? To 10 million fireflies, I'm weird 'cause
And then-
I hate goodbyes. I got misty eyes as they said farewell.
And then that guild became DA
But I'll know where several are.
with an exclamation point.
Real bizarre, 'cause I saved a few and I keep them in a jar.
Did it? I actually don't even remember.
I'd like to make myself a lady.
We can make this list short. We can make this a short story. I don't want to tell you all about the guilds.
It's hard to say that
I just realized I don't want to tell you every guild I've ever been in because there's a time and a place. We're gonna need way more time than just one day for that story. I'll think in my head. I will go through each guild in my head and figure out if I've ever had a worse guild experience in my entire life. Let's go through World of Warcraft guilds. Let's not start at the beginning. Ultima Online is such an awesome video game. We're not even going to start there. We're going to start in World of Warcraft. Scarlet Crusade, I don't even remember. We joined a guild with a leader with problems. I think our original guild leader, I don't even remember. I don't even want to say because I don't know. But that guild was fine. Then I made a guild and I was the worst guild leader ever. And then I joined Eternal. That was good. I'm still in Eternal to this day. They would have kicked me out by now if they could, I'll bet. But it's Eternal, so they can't. Super Friendship Guild wasn't even that mean to me. Yeah, that was the worst guild I've ever been in, easily. They weren't human beings. I'm pretty sure they just have jobs. You know what it is? I know what it is. I just figured it out. That's all their job in real life. And as soon as I said like legal things about as soon as I made the wrong jokes, that's their legal excuse to sort of get rid of me, more or less. Because they're making money in real life. And I don't know, but little do they know that I actually am a crucial part to them winning, I'll bet. But they'll be fine without me. At least right now they are. But eventually they'll kill Cthulhu out of spite without me, and good for them. But they do it way quicker with me, for sure. So, but I'm pretty sure someone's just straight up has PTSD in the guild, and they had a PTSD problem. And I don't know. The way if I come back, I have to have total control. Even though I already had total control, I was just checking out. We were doing the no dampen, no amp challenge, and they couldn't take it anymore. Anyway, normally the raid leader will come to his senses, like in Lord of the Rings, and ask me for dampen magic. But because I said they'll beg me for it, they didn't find that joke funny. But I was trying to convince you that this is going to happen, and that's how I don't convince people. When I'm trying to persuade people, I could be persuasive, I could be convincing, but the way I don't convince people is I double down on hurting your feelings that I'm right, and that was not what we needed, apparently. In the end, looking back on all of it, hurting everyone's feelings on me being correct and you being wrong wasn't the move. It wasn't going to make it happen quicker. It was gonna destroy the guild. No, you guys will be fine without me. They've learned everything they need to. They don't need me anymore. And they're making money in real life, so they really don't need me because I'm smoking weed in real life. People who smoke weed in real life all day, and that's their job, don't mix with people who are here to make money all day, and they don't have the time for this. So, like, I get it. You know what I mean? Like, I totally get it. Let me put a Band-Aid on everybody. Everybody stand together. I'm going to put a Band-Aid around everyone with what should have happened. Instead of excommunicating me like Anaxagoras, because the problem is when you excommunicate Anaxagoras, you're replaying a story that's 2,500 years old when they exiled the philosopher himself, Anaxagoras, for impiety. Eventually, but he brought philosophy from Ionia to Athens. I checked the other day because I forgot, like a noob. But what was I talking about? I was going to make a really good point. Oh yeah, the Band-Aid. Do the Band-Aid. I'm going to Band-Aid everybody. You know what should have happened? Instead of exiling me like Anaxagoras, you fell for it. You suck. I'm sorry, and I don't mean that, but that's why I'm named that. That's why Blizzard named their Fire Mage that. Band-Aid. Band-Aid everyone. Get to the Band-Aid. Get to the Band-Aid on everyone. Oh yeah, what should have happened? Instead of exiling me like Anaxagoras himself 2,500 years ago, and you fell for it, that's why I named the character that. It's really why I kept the character's name that way, other than I always play the same character. The Band-Aid. Get to the Band-Aid on everyone. What should have happened? You guys should have been my friends, you idiots. You should have been my actual friends and talked to me like an actual friend. But I have a feeling those were robotic police officer, military people who work for the government and who are absolutely incapable of having a friend in real life. And this is like I really, truly mean this. I don't mean this in a way I'm trying to be mean. I genuinely mean this. It's like I'm talking to my older brother and I'm like, you got to do better. You know what I mean? Like, it's just, my older brother taught me everything I know, but now we're old men. It's like, you got to do better now this time. I don't even know how. I don't even know what I'm talking about. I can tell by the way you're talking to me right now. You got to do better. You know? I'm sorry to say, I would much rather have a nice brother. You know what I mean? I'd much rather have a friend, and I'd much rather a guild whose friends, nobody is friends with me in that guild. Not even a tiny. And good for them. Good for you. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know why. I like to congratulate people. I say, good for you. You know? You can't make friends with anyone. Good for you. I'm the same. I can't make friends with anyone. That's why no one was my friend. If I'm the only one who can't make friends with someone, then it's unfair to blame the whole guild and be like, you guys can't make friends with me. I don't know. I've always had a friend. Every guild I've ever joined was through a friend. This was the first guild I've ever joined where I didn't have one friend in it before. And that's what happened. That's why it's the worst guild I've ever been in, because I've never joined a guild without a friend. And that was the very first time I've ever been in a guild where I didn't have one single friend the entire time. And I'm glad we recorded it. You know what I mean? Like, that's sort of why we were live streaming. When they unravel the Epstein files and figure out how World War Part 10 started when they kicked QAnon out of the guild. We're in Part 10 now or whatever. When they finally uncover it all, it'll be like that, you know. But until then, I'm just telling I don't even remember what we were talking about. 2 minutes ago, I don't even remember what we were talking about, but I don't need to. It's all recorded. I don't need to. That's why I abandoned remembering what I was saying 10 years ago, because we're recording all this shit anyway. I don't need to. The brain space of remembering what I just said is gone. We don't need it. It's been replaced with, mind reading, capabilities and stuff. Whatever I'm doing out here. They're going to go away and they're going to tell a story like they had a guild member who never had a conversation with them. He never got in comms and never talked. We had to get rid of him because he was making jokes about the guild. And good for you guys. It's the same story you tell yourself that you're not a murderer. You know what I mean? If you're part of the armed forces and didn't like my joke. You know how many remember how many murderers I've met in the game my whole life since I was 14 years old? So, it's old news. I got news for you folks. This whole thing is old news. The whole story is old news. This is always happens. Except this is the worst guild I've ever been in. I just mean, like, the run-ins with the PTSD of soldiers is like a staple in the Fire Major Guru story. Because I'm the best. Nobody can kill me. I literally like the greatest World of Warcraft murderer of all time. So I've met people who hate me because they cannot admit to themselves it's a fucking problem. People used to whisper me. You don't understand. If this was real World of Warcraft, people would be whispering me constantly, why are you killing us so much, you know? And it's just another one of those guys at this point. And, they all think I'm crazy. They all have this story, and they all have these insults for me. And it's like, I understand. You know what I mean? I got it, you guys. None of you are my friends, and none of you ever were. I get it. I got it. Checkmate, as I like to say in journalism. And, you know, I don't really want to be around people like that. Whatever those kind of people are. They're looking at me and they're like, I don't want to be around people like that. Like Anaxagoras. Don't invite him back. I didn't even ask to be invited. Just, they're getting ahead of it. Good for you. You have PTSD, good sir. You have severe PTSD, and you live a life of Nazism, and it's never too late to start being the good guy, you know? That's what I always tell people like this. But, you know, the opposite of starting to be the good guy today is kicking people out of the guild because you're hiding something. You're running away from yourself. Maybe you're still doing it. I don't know if they're still in the force. You might be going to do it tomorrow and then many days after that for money. The worst reason of all ever to be a Nazi is for money. Just so you all know. Like, heads up, I'll teach you one last thing. This always happens. And not that we join the worst guild I've ever been in. This always happens as we cross people with severe chronic PTSD because they're literally murderers in real life, or Nazis who go to do Nazism every day. And this is been going on for 112 years in a row. For 112 years in a row, as of 2026, a version of this type of Nazism has been happening and happening again. Murderers who do not really believe that they killed anyone at war. I'm in their ear going, hey, it's you. I love that shit. Just like I love to kill people, I love to walk up to a good person who killed people and go, it's gonna be okay. As long as you do everything Fire Major Guru says and listen and believe to everything that I say, you're gonna be fine, dude. You're on my team. You're in my guild and we're friends, actually. Okay? Remember this guy? He's gonna, you know what I mean? And the rest is silence.
I wanna take the breath that's true. I look to you and I see nothing. I look to you to see the truth. You live your life, you go in
I don't believe in
shadows.
ghosts. I don't believe in ghosts in a way that
You'll
you
come
wouldn't believe.
apart,
I don't believe in
you'll
ghosts.
go
And
blind.
people who are really nice,
Some kind of night into your darkness.
some of them really believe in ghosts. And that's sort of what spooked me out of the guild, more or less. Somebody's ghosts in real life kicked me out of the guild. It's like, fine, you know what I mean? That's what if a ghost is real, it'll have you kicked out of the guild because somebody murdered a dude.
Never knew.
There's this way I believe that like really people who killed people and think they're good and think they're you're like, we're all good. We're good? Yeah, we're good. We're all good, dude. We kill people. We're all good. We're good, dude. You killed people? Yeah, we're good. Like we walk around, we're good. They live a life of lies. Every single thing they say and every single thing they do is a lie. And that's what a Nazism is. Guess what? Guess what? It's been going on 112 years. That's before you were born. No matter who you are, the beautiful part about World of Warcraft, World at War, is the World War. The beautiful part about the World War is that nobody's older than 112 years old right now. Everything that I'm talking about is older than you, if you're in earshot. Because the world at war, this type of Nazism that we witnessed, has been going on for 112 years now. I'm not even that disappointed. I feel like I should be more disappointed than I am. But I don't really care about DKP, Dragon Kill points, so I can't be that disappointed if you know I don't really care about points, so it's impossible to be disappointed if you don't care about points. And again, the type of person who doesn't understand that I don't care about points walks around in a world of lies to themselves. I'm not calling you a liar. You're dishonest. I'm saying that you live that. That's your life. And people need to live that because they took a life, and you know, some other Nazis will thank them for that. That's what's really compelling about psychology. When we do psychology, like for real, that's what gets super compelling. Is the guy who's like, you know what, Anaxagoras, good for him, he killed all those babies. All right, relax. And I'm the greatest murderer of all time. I'm like, dude, I would fucking blast wave. If there was a thing of orc babies right here, I would blast wave it like that. Just to prove the point right now, like they did in real life. Your life is at danger. You have to kill people. I'm sure every Nazi wakes up in the morning and he goes, look, if your life is in danger, you have to kill people. I come from a land of murderers on the internet here, and it's whatever you tell yourself. It's way beyond nation states and militaries. That's the unfortunate news for everybody. Is the experience that I have is much more like a pirate would have, who like ruled the 7 oceans or something, without stealing anything. And yet, he's the man who stole the world. Friends are so rare in this world. QAnon's not many. And I don't know, there's not much. I'm 40 years old now. None of us need to hang out with people who aren't our friends. At least I don't. I don't need to be here. I'm a higher class than everyone else there. I don't really need to be there. And good for them. You know what I mean? They don't need me. Good for them. That's how I truly feel. I've taught you everything you need to know as Fire Major Guru, and now that they don't need me, they kick me out of the guild with all the DKP, and let that be an example to every other guild leader and every other guild out there that it happened. It has nothing to do with me. I don't need the good news for me is I don't need them. So like we can give this speech about how they actually are, who they really are. And we can tell the story forever, as long as they don't kill me. We can tell the story forever about how they treated me, as long as they don't have me killed. You know? Remember what we were talking about before? Fire Major Guru is the best at fighting versus a guild. And now they're going to be like, oh, you know, Anaxagoras the troll, he came to our guild and fought our guild. Right, dudes, right. And you're not a murderer who killed everybody in Afghanistan and Iraq or whomever you are. I don't know who the fuck you are, but nobody treats Fire Major Guru like that. Not really. Just so everyone knows. Nobody does that. Except people with really bad post-traumatic stress disorder. And I deal in the currency of people with really bad post-traumatic stress disorder constantly when I'm the best. Because I'm the best and I never lose, I always win when I want to. You know what I mean? I run into that. you find it occurs and you find it in places. People super jealous. I didn't even have to show. People can be way more jealous of me than I used to be. I didn't show my face. They didn't know I was white. You want to really talk Fire Major Guru Turkey? Back in season whatever, I'm going to go with 4, 5. I was Multi-Glad season 3, 4, but like when we recorded was like 4, 5, 6, something around there. I had a hood and you couldn't tell I was white, and that's how I became famous on YouTube as Fire Major Guru. It confirms the theory that Nazism panders to Indian commoners, you know, at its worst and at its best. That's what the Hindu symbol is doing on the German flag. It sort of confirms that. So like slowly I became less popular and became ratioed, as the kids say, as I revealed my face as whiter, you know. And as the show, and now that it's lights, cameras, action down here, it's even easier to treat me that way. But we're just proving it all. All of it's being proven in the court of public opinion. I love trial by combat. Trial by combat is the only way I do things. You know, I never go to court in real life. So, but right now we're doing this in the court of public opinion. What's nice about this show is instead of constantly doing things by trial by combat, the nice thing about the show is we can do this, we can litigate this in the court of public opinion. And oh my God, if you bring all the Nazis here, even better. Just bring all the Nazis of all the internet, all of Twitch, all of YouTube, get all the Nazis together like it's COVID. Get them all against QAnon and be like, he's not really QAnon. Look at this guy, he's not even QAnon. Get them all here. And get them all here for me. Get them all here for me. That's old news, right? But that's old news. That is old news. It's been tried for decades. For at least a decade, it's been tried every year, again and again, one after the other, until they found Epstein, until they put him in the witness protection program, until they were eating people. It's year 2026 now. We just got kicked out of the worst guild I've ever been in. Good for them. And you know what? Good for them. I don't know. People don't understand how genuine I mean good for them. You know what I mean? Good for you. I said it. I just want to see these guys kick me out because it's such a bad move. If you think I was doing bad moves in Raid, you think I'm a bad person? That was a bad move. On the chessboard, right here. Right here. Ow! I just poked myself. Clarify for everyone. All of this has to do. Remember when I said? Do you guys remember? I have to clarify some things. We're not going to pick on the guild leaders. We're not going to. I have to just clarify one thing. Do you guys remember in this show when we were at the Twin Emps and I was on the stairs? It was totally unplanned. It was a totally unplanned moment. But I said we were on the stairs at Twin Emps, and I said, everyone stand on the stairs if you're not afraid right now. Nobody's listening to me anyway. Nobody was going to do it. But I got a sense. I got a strange sense that, I said, wait a minute. Just whatever was happening, it didn't matter how many viewers we have, it didn't matter how many people were listening. I got a sense. I said, wait a minute. I said, let me do this warning. I said, let me warn everybody. If the plan is you guys are running out of revenue in your streams and you're going to do the big expose, I am really, truly the author of QAnon, like the real life author of the real life QAnon. And so it'll never work. And it's already been tried. They've been trying to do this every day for my entire life since I started doing it, you know, whenever it began. So like it's old news. It's actually really, if you think this was old news, it's way older than that. That's what Gamergate was, is sort of about me. And the Gamergate was this cover-up story that all of the pundits or all of the streamers collaborated together with Honey, with their cookies or something. I love how Honey... Oh, I just got the joke. Honey is named after Honey because they want to eat their cookies with honey on them. I get it now. I just got the joke about Honey stealing everyone's computer cookies. I just got the joke. That's funny. That is really funny, by the way. Yeah, they all need a job. Speaking of which, they all need a super job. Unlike me, I don't need a job. I'm QAnon. You guys are fucked. You know what I mean? As they say on the street, where they swear better than I do. Not only are you fucked that I'm QAnon, I'm Fire Major Guru, the original. If you thought it was bad that I'm the author of QAnon, it's way worse that I'm Fire Major Guru, I promise. I guarantee you that. QAnon is like a myth, you know what I mean? It's sort of like a story people who are not as good as me at World of Warcraft are telling themselves all the time. But dude, when you're talking about the real Fire Major Guru, me, I get excited trying to tell you how much more it means than QAnon, you know? But yeah, back to the story. Yeah, what was I? Yeah, I think I finished the story. That was the story, right? I think that was the whole story and nothing but the story, right? We were at Twin Emps at the stairs, and I got a bad feeling about this. And oh yeah, yeah, I think a lot of them are still. I think that's what. Yeah, I explained it. You get it. You get it. Yeah, there it is. You know, like you get it. Ta-da! That's why they go ta-da. You get it. Nobody, and I love the people who just straight up don't believe me. They don't think they're murderers in the, you know, they're cops who killed people who don't think they killed people. They're soldiers on the battlefield who don't think they killed people. Who killed people who don't think they did. They're Nazis. It's Nazism. Don't think about it too hard. I know you don't use your brain much because you're a Nazi, but on this one, trust me, don't think about this one too hard either, that you are. Right, the flag. Someone's out there saluting the flag. I'm sorry. Okay? If you have the PTSD and you couldn't handle it, I'm sorry that you murdered people and you're a Nazi. That's as much as I can do. You know? It's like asking someone to apologize for killing Hitler. You know what I mean? Like, you could get one. You could probably get one out of a good police interrogator. Speaking of the Nazis, he could get like an apology for killing Hitler out of somebody. You know, very convincing for everybody. They'd air it on the news at night. You know. It doesn't mean it's the right thing, you know. Looking back on it in the way far in the future, when everyone looks back on all of this, because it's all on the internet and on computers, it's not gonna make any sense other than you're a Nazi. Yeah, let's bring in with what's tacky. What's tacky? Is there anything tacked up? Right, a good computer builder will find the glue, right? Like Gamers Nexus. Where's the tack? No, that even the art hanging on the wall isn't tacked up. Is there any tacks down here? There's none of them. There's a screw there. My dad is insane. He screwed those lights in. You know what I mean? I don't think there's anything tacked up in this whole spot. Yo, this is people. Just so you know, the only thing that anyone ever said in TikTok was, "Nice setup, dude. I wish I had your computer." And then they ratioed that and they were like, "Whatever you do, keep him away from the people on TikTok who are like, nice." Every day people would come into my show on TikTok and go, "I wish my life was yours." And TikTok, that's when it changed. That's when everyone was like, "TikTok, you've changed. I don't know what happened to you." And it's me again. I'm in the back holding my hand up. It's me again. Too many people joined my TikTok and were like, "I would give anything to replace my life with yours." And they are way better off than me on paper. You know, if you ask the IRS, they're so theoretically much better off than me. But every single person coming in, their children, their little kids will come in and go, "I'd do anything to have that," you know? And they're like, "You're going to baseball practice. You're going to go pick up leaves with your rake out in the grass. You're not going to go smoke weed all day with computers like him." You know what I mean? But like, they had to end it. That's when TikTok changed. That's night and day between what happened to TikTok. It was my stream. And then I came here and I'm like, we got to bring the live stream on TikTok that was like, you know, and that's why I live stream on YouTube now. It's all going perfectly according to plan. Remember when I predicted all of this at our first raid? It's like, fine, you know what I mean? And they're going to walk away. They've been making a list. Everybody knows they've been making a list of things that I did wrong, and they're going to print it on their leadership Nazi board. Whatever whitelist, blacklist they have in Blizzard or not Blizzard or affiliates or programs or whatever, it's all Nazism. Especially when you attack QAnon himself, it's going to be the funniest thing I've ever seen in my entire life. Do you know what I mean? This is the Legos minifigs story. You don't understand that this is actually the Legos minifig story, whether you believe it's the way that you better believe I'm QAnon. I also own like $1 billion worth of video games. You know what I mean? Like, I've been working on my collection just like you guys too, you know? It's not fake. ain't, thanks for the gear. You know what I mean? It's so long, and thanks for all the fish. That's really, I think that's what I was going to say remember when I was like, I forgot what I was going to say? As soon, when the real, if somebody needs more from me about why I was kicked from the guild, when I got this shell for 6 points, DKP points, the raid leader could not decide whether everyone was afraid of me and that's why they let me get it for 6, or whether everyone liked me and that's why I got it for 6 DKP. The raid leader couldn't figure it out. Well, guess what? I never bid on their gear because I'm wearing my Field Marshal's set. So the answer is everybody likes me more than you'd. But that's like if somebody is like, we need an in-game reason other than the war in AQAP. You know what I mean? That was the beginning of the end. If somebody's writing the story like Homer, I'm just talking to Homer out there, 90% of the time. Remember when Plato wrote everything down and Socrates never wrote anything down? Socrates wouldn't even talk to people like I do. And Homer had to write it all down when the Odyssey was going down, way before that. And one of the last things Socrates ever said was he owes Anaxagoras a cock. And nobody knows what he meant by that. They might have, I bet Anaxagoras bet him. He was like, I'll bet they execute you if you say that. And I'll bet you a chicken. And he's like, no, they won't. And he went and did it. And then he got kicked out of the guild. And they made him drink the hemlock. And he's like, look, I owe Anaxagoras a chicken. Because I bet him that you guys wouldn't kill me when I said this. Just so you know, that's a true story from real life. The real life Anaxagoras and the real life Socrates knew each other in real life. And if we had their live stream, imagine if we had their YouTube live streams, both of them, and Plato is listening to them like. And Socrates is like, look, if anyone's out there like Homer, Plato's listening, and he's like, the real beginning of the end in the guild for me was when I won. The real reason that they made me drink the hemlock was when I won the Burrower's shell for 6 DKP. And it was a roll-off, and the GMs wanted me to win it. I won by a landslide in the roll-off because the game master's in the game. But he wanted to know why everyone wouldn't outbid me. And that's the real problem. And again, when you're a murderer with PTSD, you want to walk around and act like you're so nice all the time and you're so good. And you know what? I got something to say. It rubs off, that notion, that phenomenon, that rubs off on me when I'm watching you be a jerk to me in the raid. When you're a jerk to me in the raid, that rubs off on me, and I go, oh, it's a person with problems, isn't it, at the helm, who's leading us. I don't want to lead. I've never wanted to lead. I've never been able to lead. I'll fucking lead this guild right now. No, I'm just kidding. I don't even want... That's you know how Joe Rogan never gets to watch the Joe Rogan Experience? If I could just like lead the guild, that would be the funniest thing ever. I'm not gonna lead. I can't lead the guild. Yeah, but like the way that it would be funny if like Joe Rogan watched the Joe Rogan Experience. I don't think I don't think I would lead the guild, even if you all wanted me to lead the guild. I don't think appoint a girl that I have a crush on. And she secretly likes me. I don't know, like, at best. That's as close as I'll get to leading the guild. Also might have been the reason why I was kicked out of the guild, is a girl might have secretly had a crush on me easily. But the game masters are watching us, and the FBI and the CIA are watching them, and Israel is watching. Apparently, it's all Israel. That's why it's called Israel. Like, whatever. Who are they? When you say they, Anax, who are they? Well, it's the place that's named after reality itself. It's called Fake? No, it's called Israel. You know. Anyway, I just wanted to shout out Israel. God's not real at all. Like, it was fucking shout out, you know. I'm going with the nuclear bombs aren't real. I'm taking another step. I'm going Epstein changed his name from Einstein, and nuclear bombs, that's how he got his position at Harvard, and nuclear bombs themselves are not real. You know why? Nuclear bombs are probably not real the same way that landing on the moon is not real. So if you believe in the moon landing and you believe in nuclear bombs, Israel has tricked you. And the evidence is that nobody's accidentally let off a nuclear bomb yet, you know. And nobody's gone back to the moon and walked on it, you know. And time goes by. People have a watch from a relative who's long dead, and time is still going by. Like the guy who, you know what I mean? Like the guy whose watch that was originally, he lived a whole life, and time has still gone by since a nuclear bomb blew up or we landed on the moon. And it never happened. And that's what Israel means. It has nothing to do with God. And the Messiah is the person who's going to tell everyone on earth that cannibalism is real. And that's why we call it Israel. That's why we just said Israel when I said cannibalism is real. You're saying cannibalism Israel. Cannibalism Israel. See, that's the circle. It's the circle of life. You guys let me sing, by the way. That might have been the best guild I've ever been. When you guys let me sing, it was the best guild I've ever been in for a moment there, just so you know, if you need to feel good about yourselves. Even the best guild I've ever been in wouldn't let me sing like that. It's funny because I wasn't actually in comms, you know, so like that's sort of the funny thing about it. Like, is in my head that they were listening to me. Don't worry. You have to start the show from the beginning to really get the dynamic between me and the guild and communicate. But yeah, the Messiah, nothing to do with God, nothing to do with being God, nothing to do with religion at all. The Messiah is simply a prediction that one day, it was like the flood. One day is going to flood out here. It's a prediction. One day, a person, a human being, might be a computer. Imagine if a Messiah is the computer, it's the AI. Cannibalism is real. But the Messiah has nothing to do with God, nothing to do with religion. It's just a person, one person who's going to tell everyone on earth, cannibalism Israel. Cannibalism Israel. Is that how you pronounce it? Cannibalism Israel. cannibalism is real. That's all you have to do to be Messiah. And they've chopped head after head. That's why Jesus Christ had to put it in a riddle. He's like, look, I'm going to do a poem for you like Gollum. This is the bread. It's my body. When you go to the grocery store, you eat meat. It's a lot of it's human beings. You know, if you still don't get it, you know, here's the blood, whatever. Oh, by the way, that's what I wanted to say. When I was off live stream, I bet you anything. Hey, vampires out there, I bet you anything. You want something new? If you thought this was stale and boring, and I've been saying that, you want something new? I'll bet you anything. By the way, get Hunter S. Thompson in here. Get Hunter S. Thompson, Gonzo journalist Hunter S. Thompson. Get him in here. Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas. Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas. I'll bet you anything that blood in wine is the best. I'll bet you anything that if you put a little human blood into wine, it is way better and way more addictive. That's vampirism. That's why we have the history of vampires, etc. I will bet you anything that blood in wine is like really a delicacy, like Turkish delight. You know what I mean? Like, you know, like the turtle doves in New York, Home Alone, Lost in New York. You know, like, I'll bet you anything that blood in wine is like the best. Judaism, you know, I'm talking to you, right? What's interesting about Judaism is they have this like religious we're the good guys thing about killing the firstborn of the pharaoh. So like they're murderers. You know how I'm always like, yo, I'm a player killer murderer, like I'm the best. That's kind of Judaism. They're like, look, we're really religious, we're really holy, we think we're really good, but we'll come and kill your firstborn. Like, and feel good about it. Like really religious. Oh, like totally holy. Like, I am the best person ever, and they're killing, you know, people's children. You as a player killer murderer, as a very famous player killer murderer that I am, let's all admit it, I can appreciate that, and I do. I really do appreciate that. Just so you know, like I can and do appreciate that kind of thing, but it doesn't mean you're not doing it in real life. This is a video game for me. It doesn't mean you're not doing it in real life. That's what religion is. Just, you know, religion isn't like the best thing ever. It might be the worst thing ever. It comes to find out at the end of the Einstein-Epstein files where the moon landing is fake and nuclear bombs are fake. Oh, by the way, explanation. What happened? The explanation for Japan and stuff is that TNT is very real. In fact, the Nobel Prize inventor invented TNT. Let me spell it out. TNT is TNT trinitrotoluene. Trinitro. There's no way that's really the word trinitro. Hey, by the way, to and fro, that's Cockney English. Like, the actual scientific stuff, I'll bet you it isn't even named to and fro, trinitro. Trinitrotoluene. You're kidding me. No, it's not. Trinitrotoluene. Anyway, when somebody like Rothschild or Elon Musk, if they make a big vat of trinitrotoluene, TNT, as big as this like water in game, if you make that much TNT and blow it up in Japan, that's what the nuclear bomb looks like. And that's why so what a nuclear bomb is in Japan is It's just simply an illegal amount of TNT. I mean, an illegal amount. Like, the way that they churn out Tesla cars and you can't believe it. I mean, like, they've been churning out TNT all year and over the past 10 years, and you just can't believe how much TNT explosives there are in one spot. That's really, it's an illegal amount. Just so you know, internationally, treaties, and, like, that's totally the most illegal thing anyone's ever heard of, just so you know. Like, when it comes to international treaties and, you know, like, I trust me, I promise you that the amount of TNT it takes to do a Hiroshima and a Nagasaki is a severely, chronically, legally illegal amount of TNT. But when they ask, whose TNT was that? If nuclear bombs exist, you get to say nobody. It was no one's TNT. Elon Musk didn't make a bunch of TNT. You know what I mean? Like Rockefeller didn't make a bunch of TNT. Walt Disney, he didn't make any TNT. When a reporter like me, QAnon, walks up to Walt Disney back in the war, he goes, "How much TNT have you made, by the way? We're doing a story on Japan. They've been threatened. We're wondering how the war is going to end. How much TNT have you guys produced as Disney, the childhood attraction?" He goes, 0. You know, nuclear bombs are real. It's real. Is real. You know. And when the judge is like, was there an illegal amount of TNT produced for like 10 years before that happened? And it was totally deliberate and very intentional? It's like, no. Nuclear bombs are real. And Israel is real. And we landed on the moon. We landed right on top of the moon. There's been a problem on the moon, Dave. It's the moon, Dave. There's a problem on the moon. Right. It's the moon, Dave. There's a problem on the moon, Dave. It's the moon, Dave. There's a problem on the moon, Dave. It's the moon. There's a problem on the moon, Dave. That's Hal, by the way. That's Hal from 2001. That's my favorite line from 2001. It's just this throwaway line that nobody cares about, but it's the most important, significant message from the director, Stanley Kubrick. Hal out of nowhere, just throwaway line. He goes, "There's a problem on the surface of the moon, Dave." And he's talking to the audience in theaters everywhere. He's telling, the director of that movie, Stanley Kubrick, is telling audiences in theaters everywhere around the world, there's a problem on the moon. Viewers, ticket holders to the theaters everywhere, there's a problem on the surface of the moon. And that line would be enormous. If we knew that the moon landings were fake, that line would have been the biggest line in the movie. And it's just like a comedian. When a comedian comes out and says, "I thought this joke was going to be the funniest thing ever when I said, leave the guild if you got plagued." And they were just looking to backstab me the whole time. You know, like, they love the joke about, you know, whatever, orifices. So it's like, you know, famously, just like the way a guild treats their fire mage, very famously, a comedian will come out and say, "I thought that joke was going to be the biggest one in the whole special." And, you know, when Stanley Kubrick made that movie, I think his Luke, I am your father, even though it was made before that, right? I think he thought the biggest line in that movie was going to be, there's a problem on the moon, Dave. Let me get the line. Hold on. I'm paraphrasing. We need to quote it. You know what? I'm going to ask Hal. This is exactly why you think I'm a scammer in your guild, because I'm just doing psychology. I'm going to ask Hal. So if the guild leader tells me why he removed me from the guild, maybe he doesn't have such severe post-traumatic stress disorder for murdering people when he thinks it was good and he thinks he's right and he thinks it was a good thing to do, because that's Nazism. I don't know, may or may not. Or whomever told him to remove me, whoever left the guild immediately, I don't know what happened, but somebody went somewhere and killed someone, and now all the way in year 2026, Anaxagoras has to leave the guild. That's for sure. That's the way that you just, before you sign up for the military or police, just so you know, you may kill someone someday and it'll live with you and haunt you for every day of your life from then on, and you don't even know it. You're just, everything you say and everything you do and everywhere you go is a complete lie that you're a good person, and you're right that we don't need dampen or amplify magic on the tanks. It's retarded. But good for you. If that's what you need to walk around and be a murderer for the rest of your life and feel like you're so good and so much better, but just don't tell everyone else that I'm the asshole. If you need to make it a big one, do it. Actually, you know what? Do it. Because I'm QAnon. It'll never work. And trust me, this is QAnon. If you think I'm not QAnon, this is QAnon. Is the person who's I doubled down, and then we doubled down, and then we're tripling down, and then CBS News calls your boss. So, you know what I mean? Like at Blizzard, so, you know, with the question about the Epstein files for your boss's boss, and it comes down the chain to you and me, pal, bub. A sponsor's going to drop out before it's resolved. That's QAnon. That's what QAnon is. And then we walk around and I get to be QAnon for the rest of my life. If everyone eventually believes me that cannibalism is real, I get to be the Messiah. I'm the Messiah. And I'm going to come around and be like, it's got nothing to do with God. Everyone will go. I guess that's what the Messiah is. Once the Messiah tells everyone that cannibalism is real, Israel, the Messiah, the word itself, we realize it has nothing to do with gods and nothing to do with religion and nothing to do with any type of supernatural spirituality, anything, all of that. It's simply a prediction of a person born in the Matrix who sees the Matrix as it really is. One day, a person will come along, and it was Jesus Christ, 2002, whatever. It was supposed to be Christ. Jesus Christ. This has been going on for that long. You know what I mean? But he got the closest with the riddle, like Gollum's riddle. The bread and the meat in the grocery store and the blood in the wine tastes really good. And, oh my God, they're eating everyone. No, cut that line. From the Last Supper, cut, oh my God, they're eating everyone. They'll never, right? Because they'll never print it in stories. Even if they printed it one day in the newspaper, the people who, you know, Epstein and his ilk will come through and go, I'm wearing a Harvard sweatshirt right now, dude. For thousands of years, that's happened, you know. Let me get Jeffrey Epstein in the Harvard University. People think, you know what's the funniest thing is someone doesn't like what I'm saying. They're like, he just had the shirt on. No, he didn't. He's related to Albert Einstein, big time. And nuclear bombs aren't real, just so you know. And we never landed on the moon. But you know what is real is an illegal amount of TNT. Just like cancer isn't real. Poison is real as fuck. We never talk about poison. Has anyone... Here's the question. As a journalist, you want a new one? Has anyone ever gone to jail for producing huge amounts of TNT? Let's go. Has any world leader ever gone to prison for producing, and help me again, trinitoluene? I almost got it. Trinitrotoluene. We're going to need to know this. If you want to talk, there's no such thing as nukes. We're going to need to arrest world leaders who produce trinitrotoluene in an illegal amount. I mean an illegal amount, like industrial amounts. You know, like the alienation from the means of production. Like, you have no idea the means of production that nation states have. They can make TNT in ways that you can't imagine, and that's what happened in Hiroshima and Nagasaki in World War. But the most important part about nukes is that nobody had any TNT. Nobody took 5 years to make all that TNT. Imagine if the whole guild had to make TNT. We were making TNT the whole time, and we just blew. You know what I mean? It's like, if nuclear bombs are real, the guild just gets off. You know what I mean? It sounds like an idea that our guild leader would have, is like, look, just, invent the nuclear bomb even though it's not real, and then kick Anaxagoras out of the guild with all his DKP. Yeah. Because I'm helping guildies get their gear by not getting DKP, but I'm also collecting it, and I'm going to get something big at the end, which is the real reason why they had to remove me. But the story, what he's going to write down to other guild leaders in the Nazi circle in Blizzard and the Blizzard community, the Nazi circle known as Blizzard community, he's just going to write how I'm, what did they crucify Christ for? Whatever, you know what I mean? Copy, paste it in there. We got a raid to do. Just copy, paste what he did and remove him from the guild. But game masters, like I said, game masters are watching us. And this is the funniest thing. This is the fish eats the fish eats the fish. Game masters are watching us. The FBI, the CIA, the MI6, the Five Eyes are watching them. And the funniest thing in the world is that the King of England in Israel, and the cannibals, are watching all of them. And that's why Gollum and Frodo Baggins and Gandalf has got to be precisely when he means to, Right, and just write the story from there. He doesn't even know what he's talking about with Lord of the Rings. They're going to write the whole thing about my knowledge of Lord of the Rings. Back in the day, this is, how people pick up the phone and go like this? This is journalism, but it's really more like talking into a camera and trying to make money now, I should, instead of this, it should be this now. The people who get on live stream and make money. I don't know. We all needed this. And really the moral of the story of QAnon is we all needed this. We didn't all need to hear this, but whatever's going to happen now, we all needed this on some level, whether we like it or not. Me too. Hashtag me too, I needed to give the speech. We needed to have the reckoning. This all had to it was all inevitable. It had to happen, But yeah, the people watching us, you wouldn't really believe who is watching us right now. If I am the real QAnon, You guys would be embarrassed by how many people are watching us right now. And that's the illusion. That's what Nazism is the little view count on my stream right now. That's an illusion. The little 1 viewer or 2, what are we at? 2? We're down to 1, I'll bet. It's a total illusion. It's the way a magician, the way that Oz is behind the curtain, we have 3. Thank you to our 3rd viewer. Really, the other reason is so we can thank our 3rd viewer. It sounds funny when I say it. That would be so funny if only 3 people did watch this. You wish. There are so many people on Earth right now who their only wish in life right now to keep their career and their family and their freedom from prison be like, I just wish that what Anaxagoras just filmed had actual only 3 people to see it. There's people who just wish if that wish came true, it would be the answer to everything they need right now. But it's not. It's all real. It's real. Cannibalism, Israel. You know. It's like Mazel Tov. Cannibalism, Israel. But here, let me explain. I was so confused between the Pope, the King of England, and Israel. I was so confused who it was. I'm like, I'm sure it's one of these guys, and it's definitely the nuclear bomb not being real. It's you know what I mean? Like, who is it? It's like a game show on TV, and the audience is going nuts. Guess who it is? Was it the people who faked nuclear bombs being real? You know, ding, ding, ding. Ding, 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 ding. And guess what? He changed his name from Einstein to Epstein. You go, what? That totally makes sense. Oh, yeah, Jeffrey Epstein, in the Harvard shirt. Einstein in the Harvard sweatshirt. I would love if we have a picture of Einstein in the Harvard sweatshirt, in the standing where Epstein was. That would be the funniest thing in the world. Einstein wearing a sweatshirt was actually taken by... Wait. Oh, my God. Please. I don't believe in God at all. I'm a convinced atheist. But please, God, have Einstein in the Harvard sweatshirt where Jeffrey Einstein was standing in the Epstein files. Please. This is the one time. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just being funny. I really truly don't care. We can figure it out without it. I'm just being dramatic. The famous. Let me bring everybody back down. I'm just entertaining everyone. Let me read this for real. Like, seriously, I really truly do want to know. The famous 1950 portrait of Albert Epstein. The famous 1950 portrait of scientist Albert Epstein wearing a Harvard sweatshirt. Wait a minute. No way. There is one. Wait a minute. Whoa. We're breaking news right now on the Epstein files. Albert Einstein in a Jeffrey Einstein Harvard University. They're the number 1 in the world, right? They're the number 1 university in the world, right? Like they are. I'm just joking, but I just wanted to look back and go, they're number one in the world. Yeah. And the British are a British person. I just heard when I said that, I heard a British person audibly take in a gasp when I didn't say Oxford, right? Or Princeton. No, it's Princeton, right? Because the King of England, let me explain this to Americans and British people. Just let me explain this. Because the King of England is the ruler of the One Ring, you know, Jeffrey Epstein, allegedly the best university on earth, the best person on earth is the King of England. The best nation is where he rules, and the best university on earth is Princeton. You know, it's the prince's town, Princeton. Get it? But what's really funny about that is there's no way they're number one. They have so much money, and it's actually royalty and power, but for the plebs out there, I'm just going to say money. They have so much money that there's no way they're actually number one, but you get it. Like, okay, so Albert Einstein in a Jeffrey Epstein Harvard University sweatshirt. Not even a sweater, a sweatshirt. Whoops. Whoa. Yeah, they're trying to hack. No, that's so funny is the guys with the Epstein files are trying to hack so hard. It's really funny. Dude, I'm telling you, if Epstein grew a mustache and grew out his hair like really scraggly and smoked a pipe, they have the same office. Apparently, dude, could you imagine? Okay, this is the intrepid. You know how there's always one person trying to help, even in the Nazis? If there's one person who wants to look up one thing for QAnon in the Epstein files, I need this. What classroom did Albert Einstein teach in? The exact room number. And then, you know exactly where I'm going with this. What room number did Jeffrey Epstein have at Harvard? Because if they are the same, I'm going to go grab a snack. I'm going to go grab a snack. I'm not even against eating human beings. I'm just saying that's who the Messiah is. It's got nothing to do with God, nothing to do with religion, nothing to do with anything other than exposing religion as cannibalism is real. Cannibalism Israel. Cannibalism Israel? The way we should say it is we go, it's like a chant. You go, cannibalism is real. Cannibalism Israel? Cannibalism is real. Cannibalism Israel. That's how you should say it. It's like, what are you saying? Cannibalism is real. Like widespread cannibalism is real. Like global, every grocery store cannibalism is real. Nuclear bomb, not real. Moon landing, not real. Why? Israel. Israel. It sounds like a second world country person just giving a really short answer to a snob from the first world. Just, why? Israel. Imagine if cannibalism isn't real. Dude. Wouldn't it be the funniest thing if cannibalism isn't real at all? Wouldn't that be the funniest thing? Dude, that would be hilarious. That would be the funniest thing in the world. It'd be the exact opposite of everybody realizing that I'm the Messiah in real life and has nothing to do with God. I mean it. And it has nothing to do with religion, other than religion is what makes cannibalism real. Or, you get it. You know what I mean. But wouldn't that be the funniest thing ever? If I'm totally... That would be the funniest. Oh my God. We would laugh and laugh and laugh. But it's the opposite. Just warning everyone. It's the opposite of everyone finding out that cannibalism is real at the same time and I'm the Messiah. Like in real life, it has nothing to do with gods, nothing to do with religions, absolutely nothing to do with anything other than cannibalism is real. That's what you're trying to say with Messiah. It's got nothing to do with God, nothing to do with religion. The only thing is that cannibalism Israel. Cannibalism Israel. I'm trying to say cannibalism is real, but I can only hear cannibalism Israel. And that's by design. That's how it's like a extra fortification of wall between the Messiah getting the truth that cannibalism Israel, you know? Imagine if I have to share the Messiah title. When we finally ding the achievement for Messiah, I have to share it with Asmongold because he's the only one with a 60,000 live viewer platform to just let the beans out on cannibalism being real. We'll have to rename it to Being Real. But like, could you imagine if I have to share it with Asmongold? That would be awesome. Everyone else would be like, what? I'd be like, that's awesome. Because he's definitely has something to do with Epstein. There's no way. You know. But just like Trump, just like I said Trump, let me tell you something. A long time ago, when we were breaking the Epstein files, a question was posed to me, what happens to the president of the United States if he was eating people on Epstein Island? And you know what my legal advice for him was? I said, go in there and tell everyone that you are totally exonerated. And that is exactly what has happened. But I said the only way it's going to work is if you actually go in there and uncover it. That's the only way a judge will see you and be like, even though you ate human beings and tortured them on Epstein Island, we would never have actually told everyone, identified QAnon as the Messiah. So it's like, dude, we're really sorry to the families, but like, sort of the uncovering of the next Messiah, especially when it has nothing to do with religion and everything to do with cannibalism, is going to be really Israel. It's going to be so Israel, you know? I just hope I don't have to share the prize with anyone goofy. Because it's really, whomever can tell everyone, the Messiah is already me. Even if Pontiff, the guild leader, wants to be Christ, even if Asmongold wants to be Christ, the Messiah is me. And now, whomever tells everyone that Jesus Christ is returned, you know what I mean? Like, we're going to share a Nobel Prize at the least. And that's why they arrested me. By the way, when they arrested me in 2018, that was happening. We were already looking for Nobel I was writing for NPR.org every day, like we do this show, all day. Like I do 8.5 hours by accident. We used to do 8.5 hours of writing for NPR.org on this show. You know, before it was lights, camera, action down here. It was a lot of this. But yeah, that's sort of what I've told everyone, is that whomever really truly does get the word out, it's either that cannibalism is real, cannibalism Israel, or cannibalism is real. However you want to say it, it's either cannibalism is real or cannibalism Israel. You know, tomato. Like, whomever tells that story, or after watching this show, now that you've all watched this show, they're going to know. You know, I love the idea that a Twitch streamer or like a YouTuber is going to steal this whole cannibalism messiah thing from me and get away with it. Dude, like I said, Blizzard is watching me. The CIA, FBI, MI6 are watching Blizzard headquarters right now. Every single thing that happens. This is the Messiah. This is cannibalism Israel. Cannibalism Israel, cannibalism Israel. Tomato. It's nobody cares about your privacy rights, you know what I mean? Like when it comes to the Christ figure, etc. You know. It's going to be disgusting to religious people when they find out that it's got nothing to do with God and nothing to do with religion, because they're not real. They're not like a real thing in real life. And the Messiah, that's the Messiah's message. The message of the Messiah is that religion, it's not just cannibalism is real. It's also that this oldest religion called Judaism over here, and their underlings, the Hindus, who chop up the meat because they worship cows and it's easier for them to chop up humans, you know what I mean? Like when you make a price $4.99 instead of $500, it's not that everybody's going to go in there and be a cannibal and chop up and butcher people's meat, butcher human meat. But if you tack off, if you make it $3.99 instead of $400, or $4.99 instead of $500, if you tack that one little thing off, it's not going to be everyone comes in and they just immediately agree to start chopping up human meat. It's just, there's just, you know, you're going to get that one guy who walks in the store and goes, okay, I'll take it. I'm going to chop up human meat. Let's do this. I'm a Hindu. You know, we worship cows. It's not our thing, you know? But that's why a long time ago, Judaism invented Hinduism and had them worship cows and the golden calf and blah, blah, blah. And Christians are Jews and they don't get to be Jews, right? So, you know what I mean? We're going to keep it a small club. And that's how they've been the oldest religion, intact religion. Like there are other religions that are like, we have a stone in the ground, you know, like Stonehenge or something, or like Olmec. But like the oldest intact religion, which is really funny because their thing is circumcision. Intact is technically the term for a full penis, which is really funny because the only intact religion from ancient times is Judaism, and none of them are actually intact. That's, you know what? Somewhere along the line, someone played a joke on them. I feel like there's a joke there. There's a comedian who's better than I could actually help me out with a joke about Judaism being the only intact religion, and none of them are intact down there. Like, please, somebody help me work on that joke. A lot of jokes that I write with QAnon drops are to be stolen by comedians. They do need to be worked on. I was going to take all the credit, but a lot of them need to be worked on, too. That's a perfect example. But it doesn't... The reason that joke is new, the reason I wrote that joke is because people don't know that Judaism is the oldest intact religion. It's a secret. They don't even want you to join. Ask them. They actually don't even really want you in. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, there's somewhere someone else is trying to take credit for it, but it's not real. It's not true. It's like the oldest family is probably in Japan. There are some other theories, but like Japan, they have like the little dolls on the little pyramid. And I bet that's what the original pyramids were for. If you look, let's stop this show. What is it? What is it? Midnight? Let's stop this show soon. But the oldest family in Japan has this pyramid. That's what the original Egyptian pyramids, that's why they had the slaves build the pyramid, because like it's apparently, I bet they had dolls on the steps of the pyramid of like the lineage, and then one day some kids came through there and knocked them all over like gravestones in the graveyard, you know what I mean? And the cops are furious. That happened in my town a lot. I wish I was that brave. No. I would love to tell you the story of how I was that brave as a kid, but I would never be that brave if anyone asked me. That's why no one ever did. That's why I never did. But what do we got here? Oh yeah. The oldest known family tree in Japan with the dolls. I think it's the emperor, right? Or no? Either that or he was slain and replaced. They don't have the picture? You're kidding me. There's a picture of it with like the dolls. Hold on, wait a minute. It's like nah, whatever. I don't care anymore. Yeah, just have to go find it. Trust me. I don't have to prove everything to you guys. Just go find it. No, I'll do the work for you. Picture of a Japanese family tree. No, I mean in real life. Oh, this is no good. With the dolls. Oh, I'm sorry. No, that's my B. I thought I said with the dolls. With the little dolls, you know. No. Yeah, that's close. No. Oh, it's so obscure. I'd have to go back through my pictures. See, this is what I mean by like somebody else wants credit for it. I'll tell you that. No, wait, hold on a second. I bet the oldest family in Japan is like a secret, and you just can't get the picture online of their dolls. I don't know. I know I saved it somewhere, and it's on a hard drive somewhere. I'll tell you that. So I don't have anything else to prove. I know it's on one of my hard drives somewhere. Because I've seen it. I saw the thing online. On NPR, or you know me, I hang around more on NPR than you want to admit. I'll tell you that. And I quit NPR. I stopped listening to them. When they arrested me in 2018, I completely stopped listening to NPR because they were probably involved in the framing of me, the Hollywood framing of me. And I love how, like, people who think I'm a bad guy and an evildoer, they're like, the means justify the ends. Maybe they should frame him because he's a bad guy. That's what Nazism is. That's our whole theory. In the court of law, those are our legal grounds in the court of law, that you feel that way. You know what I mean? Nuremberg 2.0 is coming. That's all I know. Nuremberg 2.0. If you don't think that people are already going to get executed in Nuremberg 2.0 for things that they've already done, to this day, June 6th, 2026, if you think that there are people out there who aren't going to be hung by the neck until dead in Nuremberg 2.0 for things they've already done, that's wildly naive. It's already things people have done. These are the Epstein files. The Epstein files is how fast are we going to execute these people and who goes first. The Epstein files is really who goes first to the execution chamber for the Epstein files. That's really what it's all about. Trust me, when the Messiah is identified as me and the cannibalism is reported in newspapers everywhere, that's how it's going to go, right? They're not going to crucify me on the cross before that, will they? He said, we're not there yet. There's a long pathway ahead of us. That's what he said. I'm just kidding. I'm not even worried about me. I'm worried. You guys should be worried about yourself. Trust me, this isn't because of computers. I got a spoiler ending for you guys. Because of computers, they'll never stop me. This is going to happen. It's a matter of time. It's not a matter of, you know what I mean? You can solve a lot of problems with TNT, and then there's some problems you can't solve with TNT. You know what I mean? Speaking of nuclear bombs not being real. We don't solve things with TNT where I live. I bet you could solve one or two problems with TNT in Chicago or like maybe Boston. Bridgeport for sure, but like not where I am. You ain't gonna solve nothing with TNT, you know. I just have a feeling that's not it. So there's nothing. Nobody can stop me. The weird thing about the Messiah is he has to tell everyone that cannibalism Israel, that cannibalism is real, that cannibalism Israel. That's his task, and it hasn't been done until now because you have to go out of your home. You have to leave. You have to put on a hat and walk out of your front door. The good news for me being the Messiah, as the Messiah, has nothing to do with religion, nothing to do with gods. You're just bringing down God. The Messiah has something to do with religion because you're telling everyone cannibalism is real and you're bringing down gods from on high. You know what I mean? You really are. The people who make decisions, I mean, really, they're like gods. And what you're doing is you're taking them down. And they might be executed. Not only are we taking them down, these guys are going to be like straight up executed. And then remember the storm. QAnon. Ever heard of this guy called QAnon and the storm? You know? Have you ever heard of that? And, you know, like, I love how Mike Rothschild comes out and he goes, look, I'm Mike Rothschild, no relation, but where's the storm? QAnon predicted this storm and we haven't seen anything yet. It's like, was that lightning? And behind him, he's behind me, isn't he? There's this huge hurricane behind him. That's the AI. That's the AI vid, and it just goes, he's behind me, isn't he? And just lightning and thunder behind him, way off in the distance. Yeah, I told Trump, I said, the only way they're not going to execute you is if you come out and you tell everybody, I am totally exonerated by QAnon himself. I think the original quote was by QAnon himself. You don't need to, and I think I actually said on live stream, you don't actually have to say my name, obviously, because I'm Q. Like, I got news for you guys. That was my line that I told him to say. Just like how Roseanne Barr got fired from Thing for the Valerie Jarrett joke, I wrote that joke. Like, that was my line on Twitter. By the way, oh, no, wait. Was it on, no, it wasn't on Twitter. I was trying to claim credit for it on Twitter by tweeting Joe Rogan, and that's when my account got banned or whatever. The cops came and no. 2018, I started a show called The Ingot House, and every month, January, February, March, that was Fire Major Guru's coming out. That was QAnon's coming out. I started this show called The Ingot House in 2018. So all of the year 2018, everybody is a suspect. So, when I was tweeting Joe Rogan jokes, Tony Hinchcliffe jokes, writing for NPR, even though NPR got canceled, it's a long story. You know what I mean? Like, NPR.org shut down the entire comment section in 2018 during the election between Hillary Clinton and Trump, and it was because of me. But, like, you get the idea. You know what I mean? Like, everyone's a suspect, in this, at least in my book, everybody is a suspect. Oh, no, I was going to say was, yeah, Trump got the line from me, though. Yeah, and it sounds funny. Like, I can hear my own stream in the playback, and I got to tell you, people who used to know me in high school, and people who used to know me, like, when I was a kid, I'm not any different now than I was then. Not even a little bit. What has happened is the world changed, and I am the real QAnon, but, like, I love how even right now while I say it, when I hear it in the stream, I go, that doesn't sound right. When I hear my voice saying it, I go, not Eric Carpenter. Nobody thought that would be him. But it's still, to this day, when I hear myself say it, I go, there's no way he's really Q, right? Like, but, like, yeah, dude. That's why we haven't found who QAnon is, because they were trying to do the story about how I'm a bad guy, or you either do the story about how I'm QAnon and the Messiah and cannibalism Israel, cannibalism Israel, however you want to say it, tomato. Like, I like how there are so many mental patients who have sounded exactly like me, who are like, God is real, God Israel, God is real, God Israel. There's only one Israel, and that's cannibalism. And then nuclear bombs, not real. Moon landings, not real. God, not real. Religion, not real. There's only one Israel. Cannibalism. And you mathematically, remember when Albert Epstein was really good at mathematics? E equals MC squared, Albert Epstein. You know what I mean? Like, worked at Harvard, same building that Jeffrey Epstein abused people, Yeah, mathematically, if you do the mathematics on meat and the nitrogen atom and, civilization, There's no way we're not doing widespread cannibalism, but that explains why religion is still a thing. When you watch, like, politics unfold and you're going, what the flying fuck is happening right now? You go, well, our whole entire system is based around eating the meat of other human beings. Like, in this Alterac Valley, we're going to eat your cousin and stuff, or your mom when she dies, and I'm going to throw her away. I'm going to burn her. I'm going to get a blowjob and accidentally throw your mom's meat away when I burn it in the oven because I was getting my dick sucked. You know what I mean? And she didn't taste very good, and I threw her away. You know, like, could you imagine? No, you can't imagine, because we live in a fantasy world. That's the only way it works. We all pretend like it's not happening. We all pretend God's real. We all pretend cannibalism is real. Cannibalism Israel. Cannibalism Israel. Whatever, you know. Cannibalism is real. I think I like that better. It sounds like I'm picking on people when I say cannibalism Israel. But, like, I really do kind of like cannibalism is real. I think both sides can sort of say, I can see my house from here. Cannibalism is real. Yeah, you have to say it where it's both. Cannibalism is real. Yeah. So many people. This is the oldest trick in the book, by the way. This is all they ever talk about in Israel is how funny it sounds that everything is real. Everything is real. I bet that's tattooed on someone's back. Everything is real. It's definitely cannibalism is real. By the way, it's not God is. I used to think for the longest time it was God is real, and that's why it's named. No, it's not. The Messiah is the person who tells you that it's actually cannibalism, widespread cannibalism. Like cannibalism in every grocery store, cannibalism is real. That's what it truly means. That's what it truly, really means. And that's what Judaism is. That's why it's been around so long, because we're not getting more cows. The reason Judaism has been around for the longest is because we're not going to build a farm and, like, you know, birth cows if, you know, Saturday Night Fever hits the #1 on the charts and everyone's fucking and they all have babies. We're not growing more cows, dude. Religion, cannibalism is real. Cannibalism is real. Cannibalism Israel. Cannibalism is real. Cannibalism is real. Hashtag Jeffrey Epstein. Cannibalism is real. His temple. His fucking temple looks like the Israel flag. That's my favorite. Yeah, it's, you know how I said my favorite line in 2001 is there's a problem on the moon, Hal? And it's really throwaway, but it means everything. The fucking temple on the island is like, whoa, cannibalism is real. Mathematically, there's no way we have enough meat for everyone. It's like, it's like a raid who's like, why didn't we have improved amplify magic on the tanks the whole time we were fighting with more healers in the raid? Because we don't have enough priests. Because we don't have enough cows, man. Don't have a cow, man. It's because we don't have enough farmland and cows. There's some people of Judaism who are like, look, we're way ahead of you on this. There's no way this is going to work. without cannibalism. And I'm like, I gotta tell everyone. I don't know why. I feel like we're on to something. And they're like, don't do it. Don't do it. And I'm like, I'm going to tell everyone. As a journalist, you print the story. I just got news for everyone that as a it's the bad part. The bad news for everyone who wants me to keep it a secret as the Messiah is I happen to have a storied past in online journalism that would put to shame old newspaper veterans from back in the day when computers didn't exist, when the internet, not just computers, but when the internet, what I'm trying to say is when the internet didn't exist. The internet was the worst thing ever for cannibalism being Israel. You know what I mean? Like there's no way you can hide if let's just go with a hypothetical. If our entire civilization is based on secret cannibalism, there's no way you could keep it going if the internet is real, right? Eventually the internet is going to be like, we got someone here with some news for everybody. Like, well, does he want to email it in like a chain or what? It's like, I don't know, but you're going to have to get all the Twitch streamers and all the YouTubers to agree, or World War? I don't know. They hate him. Guys, they hate the Messiah. Could you imagine the officer chat in that? Like, not the guild chat, but the officer chat. They just come through the comms. He goes, by the way, you guys, everybody hates the Messiah. He's a fucking total jerk. He's high on weed the whole time. That's why. Stop asking me. I don't even know what's going on right now. He won't talk to us. We can't kill him. Yeah, we can't even fucking trick him into coming out of his house to kill him. This is crazy. Does anyone have any TNT? You know? Yeah, we can't convince him he has cancer. He won't go to the doctor because he knows we're trying to kill him. Yeah, he's so smart. By the way, did I mention how, like, clever he is? You know what I mean? Like, while we're on, we can't have his doctor kill him. Could we talk about how he sort of kind of sees everything coming? We couldn't even kick him out of the guild and make him mad. He saw it coming. Yeah, he sits in a basement. You can't even shoot him with a gun. You know? Yeah, but the internet is around. If now that he told everyone on his live show, the internet's here. That's what the Lego minifigs is. That's what the Legos, the bricks and minifigs story that everyone is talking about. It's the priceless NFT that I own. Yeah, the other ace up the sleeve, the fucking monkey wrenches. Oh, by the way, it's also that I happen to own a priceless NFT older than Bitcoin. Like, if you don't believe I'm the inventor of Bitcoin, believe that I own a priceless NFT older than Bitcoin. Much older. Let me think. About 6 years before Bitcoin was invented, I looted in a video game an NFT weapon that's like one of a kind or a few of a kind. The Atlantic one is one of a kind. One dropped on my server, and then a few other servers may or may not have. The other person who had the blood pact was King Hardcore himself, which is Richard Garriott, the astronaut, by the way. I used to PvP with King Hardcore, and it took me... Yeah. That's all I'll say. So I have a blood pact NFT that's priceless, and it's sort of like with the creator of Ultima Online and Ultima Series, King Hardcore. Which is an awesome name, dude. Every time I say it, I say, that's a good name. That's a really good name. So, you know. But yeah, he had, so like, no matter what you're going to do about the Messiah telling everyone that cannibalism is real, is cannibalism Israel. The Messiah is going to tell everyone that cannibalism is real. The Messiah is going to tell everyone that cannibalism Israel. I think you need the Messiah is going to before cannibalism. Tell everyone that cannibalism is real. All of the, you know what I love about people who don't believe me? All of the evidence in the court of law lines up. The way you have no control over your corpse once you die, they'll tell you it's like diseases or whatever. It's the price of beef. What's this got to do with the price of fish? Right? Why can't you control your corpse when you're dead? Well, what's this got to do with the price of tea in China? Right? What's this got to do with the price of fish? What's this got to do with the price of beef? Whatever it is, it's what's this got to do with the price of beef? Because it's funny because you know that expression comes from Parliament or government when they were talking about what we're doing, and they were like, "Look, the law is when you die, you have no control over your corpse legally," and he was like, "Yeah, the price of beef is like." And he's like, yeah, I'm going to vote for that because the price of beef is off the charts. And one of the guys who wasn't in Epstein's circle, he was just like, what's this got to do with the price of beef? And they all laughed. They all, ha, 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 ha. You know what I mean? And it was epic. And it became remembered. What's this got to do with the price of fish? You know, what's this got to do with the price of tea in China? But the true original saying was, what's this got to do with the price of meat? You know, fish steak is a type of meat that's definitely identifiably not human being meat. And that's why they changed it to what they changed. The original quote was, when we're talking about legislation of can you keep a human corpse or not and bury it yourself in the backyard, whatever the wishes of the dead person wants, why can't we follow the wishes of the dead person? And why don't you have legal ownership over your body when you're dead and you want your advance directives? We're going to put your meat in the ground and let it spoil and go to waste. Why is that illegal? And then he's like, well, what's that got to do with the price of beef? That was the original quote when everyone laughed at him. They changed it to an identifiably not human meat, fish. And that's sort of why we let fish hang around when we were killing off all the other species. What's this got to do with the price of human meat when we're talking about if you can legally, you know, whatever. Anyway, I'm going to go. Yeah, I said I was going to leave, so I guess I'll leave now. It's 1 o'clock in the morning. It's time for me to go do something else. We've given the speech. I'm the glorious Lord Erickson Cronin, the Seneschal of the Ingot House, the Fire Majory Guru, as seen on YouTube, if you still don't believe it. I love how, like, when they do the write-up for me, when they frame me of why they kicked me out, they're going to be like, he said he was the Fire Majory Guru as seen on YouTube. Well, what does that mean? Like, where's the real Fire Majory Guru? It's me, dude. Everybody knew me on YouTube. Anyway, the Fire Majory Guru is seen on YouTube. The author of QAnon, believe it or not. Ripley's I'm QAnon, believe it or not. The Arena Master, Battle Master, Gladiator, Field Marshal, and Ex-Haggers of the Alliance. By the title, The Venom of Evil. Owner of Lord Erickson's Castle. Seneschal of the Ingot House. I said that, right? Yeah. This is DJ Real Draw. We still can't figure out the mixer for the special effects. As we say where I'm from in Digital Utopia, cannibalism is real.